All right, I think we can talk a bit more recap while we figure out the microphone thing. It's coming. Great. So yes, if you get weird issues with chattering, double messages, such, then you probably have a purity issue. It's a bit elaborate to go into why React is like this. It's basically to keep the rendering very simple, as you have to imagine being in. I think you might have talked about this last session. React is very simple in how it works. It just waits for some change to occur, and then it renders the new component. And
when you're ready.
And then am I gonna be on the Oh,
no, you're the one.
No, that's fine. I can. I thought.
No.
Okay. Good. Well, if you can check the Zoom, if I can do it, maybe I need to. I trust you. Look at that.
No.
The basic idea for React is we want to keep this slightly as simple as possible, and also what makes React as popular as it is. It's very small. It's easy to figure out what's going wrong, since you always call these for the sake you call the set count method. You don't just update directly. That means React doesn't have to try and do some magic to see, oh, did you modify something? Oh, then I have to re-render this, and so on. It's all very direct and functional, as some people might say. So yes, there's a reason for all this dancing around immutable types, editing, well, not editing stuff in place, and so on. All right, so let's say I have a component. Now I wanted to do something when the component is shown. Does anyone recall what I can use for this? So let's say I want to make a network effect, something like that, when the component is first shown. It's one word I'm looking for. Yeah, so we want to do something when the component is mounted, if you know that question. Yes, exactly, an effect. So normally we can stay within React's model. Sometimes we need to use something called effects. You've probably been through this. I just want to quickly recap. The effect is what allows us to go outside React, listen for events, listen for, do some async comments-based work, fetch data, and so on. But yeah, it seems like in the homework I've seen anyway that you have a good understanding of effects. Can anyone explain very quickly what dependencies on an effect, what that means and what it does? So let's very quickly just see that in action. So as you may recall, use effect takes a callback. Let's just do something simple like saying hello. Then we can also see the strict mode in action. All right, while we look at that, let's say we start some action that's running in the background, and if the component is removed or something changes, we want to stop that action. How would we stop something that the effect started? Can anyone recall? Bit of a leading question. So let's say the use effect started a timeout, maybe, and we want that timeout to be canceled when the component disappears, something like that. Yes, so now we have the timer. How would we ensure the timer is stopped And so we need to do something every time the component renders, the effect will run. So what if we want to clean up something? Clean up is properly. Yes. And how do we do that?
And give another parameter to use effect.
Yeah, so we can just quickly go through. You'll probably recognize it when you see it. So in order to clean something up, when we use an effect, we just return a function that does it. Let's just log clean up. If I can spell, I cannot spell. Now I think my server might be ready fairly fast. So now we can see that when the application started, we know the app has this effect. It ran hello, and then it cleaned up, and then hello showed up again. And that's the strict mode thing where it renders the component twice, just to trigger errors. So yeah, I think that's. I hope you all remember using this. Has everyone, by a show of hand, used effects? Just to be completely sure. Good. I think that's all I want to go through for a quick recap, unless you have some immediate questions before we dive deeper into state. Cool. Let's get the slideshow going. So I just want to quickly brush up on some things. Have you seen these 5 principles of state before? I've only briefly gone through the recordings from the prior session, so please let me know if something is being repeated. So what I've seen in some of the homework I've reviewed is some issues regarding state. I just wanted to quickly go through these principles to ensure that your future state, so to speak, is going to be top class. So when we talk about state, we of course mean state like the count we see in the app here. And we're just going to go slowly through these 5 principles and just talk about them. So the first principle is grouping related state. So let's say that we are tracking the mouse position as an example. We could do this in 2 ways. We could make a state. Let's just duplicate this line. So we have the x coordinate and a set x, and then something for y. What do you guys think about this solution? Do you see something that could be improved? Or you can, of course, think about group-related data as the first principle we're talking about. Can you see a benefit for this solution compared to, let's say, let's call it mouse position, state, what solution would you prefer of these 2? If anyone has, please raise your hand. Have any idea? I have an opinion. It's exactly what React wanted to do. When you have a guess why we want to do the bottom line instead of the line just above.
It's easy to use the object.
The major point React is especially getting at is if so the first issue here is when you update the position, you would almost always update x and y at the same time. So it's just easier to call one set method instead of 2. That's also the whole we talked about before with React render and logic. If you call 2 setters, well, React does do the magic on that front. But generally, when you have data that it's generally going to be always shown at the same time or updated at the same time, you should strive to make them into a single state. So the next one is avoid contradictions in state. And once again, just do a quick example. let's say we have, and you probably made something similar to this. We have something called is loading. And we have something called is done. So when we are loading, let's say we're loading from the beginning. And of course, when we're loading, we are not done. Can anyone here see an issue that might occur in this instance? And I want you to think about exactly. So what I assume you're getting at is we can get in a state technically where we set both of these to true, but it makes no sense. We can't be loading and be done at the same time. And I lost my train of thought, sorry. Yes.
Change the situation or a state. Do we want to say that so we can have both of them at the same time?
Oh yeah, so a solution to this problem might be something like, let's make one that's called status instead. Set status, and then this can be set to loading as an example. And when it's done, it can be switched to set status. This is not good code. I'm just gonna say that right away. So we could do something like that where we use a string to signify which status we're in. So we might be loading, we might be done, we might have an error. And in that way, we can avoid having something that can contradict. That's also something you should keep in mind. It all really boils down to making your state as small as possible, having as few moving parts as possible. And I think that might also be the next point on the list. Avoid redundant state. And here we can also make a very quick example. I'm just gonna modify this. Let's say we have first name, set first name, and we have last name, set last name. And then it might be tempting to, in order to make the full name, you might be tempted to do something like this. So here we kind of have the same problem as before. These can contradict. I can change the first name, but the full name won't reflect it. And it's also just a duplicate state that can get out of sync. So what you of course want to do in this case instead, just make something like a full name variable and just set it to first name plus last name, or do a nice template string. Oh, I'm missing a plus. And this is a lot of information. We're going to do some exercises in the end where you'll also get to see some errors in action from the React page. React.dev, as I think you also looked at last time. Very nice learning resource. And this is also where the functional pure side of React comes into play. Because we can do this, we can set a variable equal to 2 states that can change. And this full name will update every time, because as you may recall, on each render, the whole function is run again. So definitely ensure that you don't have some information split into multiple states that could be represented by one state. A very quick example that I saw in the homework was a nice rendering of hours and minutes, where the hours and minutes were in separate states. And there you could, of course, merge those into seconds, because you can derive the amount of minutes from that state. So that's also a case where, yeah, you can get out of sync. You can get contradictions all of a sudden. Or maybe suddenly your minutes gets too high or something like that. It's more prone to bugs also. Yeah, I don't want to touch too much on number 4. Number 5 is a bit hard to be very specific about. It's basically the idea of avoiding very big, deep objects. Try to pull as many things to the top of the object. You might recall normalization from the database module, where we try to make the data structure as easy to put into tables as possible. You can kind of do the same thing with state. If you can avoid it, put it in the top of an object. Sometimes you may have a need for more complex objects, and we will touch more on that later when we talk about reducers, since they make it a lot more easy to work with these, deeply and not deeply, very complex data needs you might have for your application. Cool. I think
The prop drilling, we can call it.
one more time, sorry.
Drilling.
Drilling, yeah, so you mean putting props down all the way down? It's not the same thing. We're also going to talk about that later today. In this case, it's just if you have, let's say, person, and then you could have name, something, let's say, first name, last name. Something like this is very easy to work with. It might be tempting to start grouping things inside nested objects. And if you've done this in any of your work so far, you probably have seen that it's quite troublesome to do these immutable updates where we return a new object. So just to make it easier for yourself and easier to have the model in your mind, avoid nested objects. But of course, there might be cases where you need it. But definitely don't do that. Well, I think we'll just get right to the exercises. Can I copy this link? Unless someone have any questions. I'll also send the slides afterwards, so you can have them yourself. I opened Slack somewhere. What did I just do? Oh, magnifier. There we go. So we will be using, I don't know if you used the challenges last time from this page. Have you used these challenges before? Cool. But I just want to reiterate, be careful. If you switch challenge, your code is going to disappear. So if you want to save your code, as an example, if I say, type a nice code comment here, hello, and I switch back and forth, gone. So be careful about that. Also, there's this dreadful button down here. Please don't just press show solution. There's some of them also have hints, I believe. Yes. I recommend talking to the people sitting beside you before going for the hints, or perhaps raise your hand. Some of the hints are very, very direct, so to speak. So yes, for the next 20 minutes or so, let's say till about 1, we'll just be doing exercises and have at it. And remember to raise your hand if you encounter issues. All right, everyone. I just want to quickly follow up on the five exercises. Oh, so what happened was one, two, all, and this. Oh, bro. And but maybe that's more. Yeah, let's just wait a few more minutes and then we can go through all of them together. All right. I think we're about ready to go through them. If you could just show how many exercises did you get through? 1, 2, 3. Seems up about 3. Great. So let's just get right to it. So I had it originally intended for someone to come up and present, but I'm a bit behind schedule. So let's just shoot right through it. So did anyone figure out what's the issue here? So yeah, we put the property into state. Oh no, what did I do? Can anyone see my error? I have completely. I'm blanking. What is going on? Color.
You just have to remove props.
Could that make that doesn't make sense, does it? I'm getting defeated by the first challenge. Oh no. Okay, it was just being weird, I guess. All right, so now we should be able to change the color. Can anyone explain why this happened? That's a very leading question. So basically, at the end of the day, when you use the use state thing, the value you provide is the initial value. And that means if you make changes to the initial value, the state is going to stay the same until the component is recreated in some way. So that's probably one of the points I confused before. This is redundant state, where we accidentally put something into state that's not meant to be state. So another way to look at state is as the component's memory, and the component will remember the state you give it, but it will stick to that even if you give it a new initial value. So that's something to keep in mind. Another reason to keep your state as small as possible. Had the original developer been more careful and not introduced the state in the first place, they would never have to trace down this obscure bug. So let's go to the next one, and that's the fix a broken packing list. And if I remember correctly, it's something about if you delete something that's packed, it gets all weird. Is that the only bug? I should probably just read the text. But does anyone have an idea how and what principles that are being violated, and what we should do about the component? Just raise your hand. So the first thing we might see is that we have this total. So it's the total of all the items. That seems a bit redundant, doesn't it? It's like, don't we already have this information? So the first thing we can do is remove the state completely. And instead, as we saw before with the full name example, we can just do items the length. Okay, I think my PC is just being very slow, maybe. Oh, it's just being weird. So that's the first thing. And we still have this error. So we can see if we delete something that's, oh yeah, I forgot to remove the totals. So now we don't need to have all these totals anymore. There we go. And we can see the total in the bottom is still up to date, still works, and remove the state. Great. But we still have an issue. So we deleted something that was packed, and suddenly it's still saying it's packed. So let's have a quick look. So we have another state packed, and when we delete the item, we simply remove the item, but critically, we forgot to check, is it packed? If it is packed, then we should reduce, or well, subtract from the packed state. Can anyone see an issue with this state? So as we said that the initial value is 0. I don't think that's an issue. This is a good point though. Oh, 1. Oh yeah, that's because the data being provided has 1 packed. So it works. But it's a more fundamental issue with the state itself that I'm pushing after. Anyone has a bet on what's wrong? Yes. Yes, so down in the delete action, what we could do is check, is the item we're deleting packed? Then we should subtract. But can we eliminate the state instead? So the information about how many items that are packed is already part of the array, right? We have a list of items that has a packed boolean. So we could instead just count. Exactly. Almost beat me to it, sorry. So let's do that instead. So packed can instead be set to the items that we have right now. I need an equal sign. And then we filter all the items that are packed. And then we just get the length of that. And now we, of course, need to, and then we can see how the logic is going to get cleaned up now. Now we don't need to track packed in here at all. We just need to update the items, and we don't have to update the delete. And we can see it's working. We have 2 out of 3. When we delete them, they also properly update. So in this case, we can see we started with 3 states, but 2 of the states could be derived from the first state. And so eliminating them means we don't have to keep track and use all these setters all the time. We only need to keep items up to date, then everything else derives from that. So I hope that shows how helpful this can be. Now we don't need that logic and delete it and so on. So definitely always reduce state as much as possible. Cool. I cannot remember this one, so you might need to refresh my memory. Can someone quickly explain this one? Anyone who got to it? No, wait, I think I might remember. So it's when you hover it and you unstar it, the hovering disappears until you move your cursor again. That's kind of weird. So the way this works is that we have letters, and then we have, does anyone know if I can close this menu over here? It's starting to annoy me. So we have this list of letters, which is what we can see out here. And then we have the highlighted letter, which is when we hover over the letter, we just set highlighted letter to the letter itself. And then down in the rendering logic, we specify whether an element is highlighted by strictly equality on the current letter we're at being equal to the letter we highlighted. Can anyone guess why it suddenly stops working when we click this button? Anyone have a quick guess? It is a bit obscure, I will admit. So the things at play here is honestly all the way back to the beginning where we talked about when we set state, we set a new object. It's an entirely new object every time we make an update. So when we do this star and unstar, we update all the letters. And since we're comparing letter to highlighted letter, then when we do the star operation, letter is now no longer equal to the highlighted letter because it is technically a new object. And that's just how object comparison works in JavaScript. You may recall from the earlier modules that it needs to be the exact same object. And does anyone have an idea how we can get around this? Another thing that also is a bit annoying is we basically have duplicate state again. We are saving a letters array, and we have a highlight that's also saving a letter. So we clearly have too much state. Can anyone identify, if we take a look at the initial letters, what is the minimum amount of information you need to uniquely identify a letter? Anyone has a guess? I'm looking for a unique identifier. Exactly. So the only thing we need to actually save for this hovering feature is which ID is being hovered right now. And we can very quickly go in and change this function to be highlighted letter ID and set highlight letter ID. And then when we get the update in here, we simply just extract only the ID and not the letter itself. I think we only need to change some more down here. So when we compute whether it's highlighted, we simply compare the IDs instead. There you go. No. Oh, I forgot to update the center. There we go. So now we can hover as before, and you will see it doesn't break anymore. So this is another case of having duplicate data. So again, by reducing the amount of state we have, now we went from this complex object to only the ID in the second state. And by just doing this, we are saving less. We're not using as many resources, and we could have avoided this weird bug from the get-go. So yet another win for reducing state. And I assume no one got to challenge 4. So challenge 4 is different. It's an implementation task. I don't think we're gonna do it. We're just gonna talk about it. So what they basically want to accomplish is that you should be able to select multiple elements. And we have this, as we saw before, we save the ID of the state, and then we update that ID. Can anyone think of a way to extend this functionality so we can select multiple things? And I want you to first only think about what state do we need. So right now we have one ID. We need multiple IDs, of course. Exactly. You know what, let's just do it. I don't think it takes too long. So instead of having null, we can put an array in, and of course, make everything plural. And then we need to do something different in here. So we need to, when you press toggle, what do we need to do? So let's say we have a list of IDs. So there's also the edge case, not the edge case. If the ID is already in the list, if we add it again, then it's going to be there twice. Yes. Let's just type it out. So now we can see if we do this. Can anyone spot? Let's just ignore the error for now. Okay. Oh, good catch. So now we know how to add the ID, but we also need to remove it. I'm just gonna, you probably recognize this code. So let's just glance over it. We're just gonna check if the toggled ID is already in the list. If that's the case, then we're gonna filter the ID away. Else we're gonna use, otherwise we're gonna add it. And yeah, this line is getting very long and annoying. See if we can make it a bit more readable. So yeah, when we toggle an ID, we check, is it in the list already? If it is, we remove it with the filter, and you've probably done something similar in the past. All right, so now we are one step closer. Now we can do the toggling, but we still need to fix the rendering logic. And does anyone have an idea what we need to do here? So we went from a single ID to having multiple IDs. What do we need to change? Includes, that's it. Very good. Instead of this, we can do selected IDs that includes letter.id, and of course remove this. And now we have successfully implemented multi-selection. But yeah, this doesn't really show anything funny about state, I guess. I guess some people might, well, you could imagine a weird scenario where you use state multiple times for each element, but I hope you will never do that. Cool. Let's jump back into the presentation. I think for some reflection, what did you guys think about the exercises? Were they too hard? Some of them are very verbose in the amount of text they use to describe the issue. Any opinions? Something we should do differently because we're going to use a lot of these exercises. Did you need more time, perhaps? That's a good question. There are many, many ways to do everything, of course. I think what we've just done with the exercises now is probably what you would call the solution recommended by React. So probably the thing you want to do. But there are many ways to do it. As I alluded to earlier, we will talk about reducers later, which is a replacement for state. It's still state, but state in another way. So there are many ways to go about it. I think for stuff like, you know what, we'll get to that later. You can be excited for that. Anything else to the exercises? Any comments? Also, remember to speak with each other, raise your hand if you need some clarification. I grinded through all the exercises last night, so I have them fresh in my memory if you want to discuss them. All right, so now we are gonna do something a bit differently. Gonna group you all up. I think Let's see, how many are we? I think each table you can probably go together in one group, and the last table down there, you can also be one group, I would say, yes. And then this middle table, get cut down the middle. So what you will do in these quickly described groups is you will get a link to an article on this React.dev website about something called context. And then you will have to research it, look at it. I recommend going through it, discussing it as you go. The article will present some use cases, some issues that you might already have seen in your React work so far, and try to discuss together what you would use this for, when you would use it, ups and downs, so to speak. And then I want you to, in the end, make a simple, always reminds me of Wall-E. In the end, I want you to create a simple application of your own choosing, where you do something with a context. And it doesn't have to be anything fancy, just something that solves a problem, illustrates a way to use the technology. And of course, remember to speak together and raise your hand if you have any issues, and you will get the next 30 minutes. So let's say, oh, well, maybe we'll just, do we know when the dinner is coming? At 2? At 2. So let's just spend all the time until lunch arrives. Yes. A real application. So quickly running npm, create, write, all that good stuff. But it doesn't have to be anything fancy. What I like to do when I spin up this template is basically just taking everything and removing the CSS, removing the assets. So my sound is working, that's for sure. So you can just make this template very simple, very fast, and then just quickly make some very simple components. So something like this is what I like to do. Just get everything plain, and you should be able to see. I just completely broke the site, didn't I? All right, I think you get the gist. But yeah, so you have to make a real application, but keep it simple. You may do some styling. I'm very happy with the most important thing is user context. All right, so I'm gonna put it in the chat now, if I can find the chat. Let's call it context. Also, in the bottom of this page, there's one exercise. It might be worthwhile to try it. But just go ahead and raise your hand if you have any issues. We put it back to the full then you have a number. That's really deep to know about. But you don't want to pass it around all the time because that's definitely also a way to, but it's actually let's say login system. But yeah, people that didn't go, I thought I don't see any of the use case that that all the data leaks. So that's very cool. Having a concept, you know, but when you don't train, it can be very hard to figure out. So, so if you have a typical making a concept of this but yeah, in these cases of if you pick up something, oh I need this everywhere. That's tricky. But always think good eye. And the other thing is maybe you take many to do lists, right? Whenever to do list, you have to do it. Now we add a way to light a value. So then to approach this, we need to modify. So it's only the to-do list item that needs to change background. The to-do list is fine, but in order to constantly down, we need to update such that the to-do list is property. Then everywhere, every customer needs to pass the key. It's just a way to save cost. This one is not so the child component and the toolbar, the child component, inside the toolbar, we have a keyboard. So the button of the child of the toolbar. So the function so then, so now you have content. Yeah. Oh, yeah. This is fun. It's a variable that we yes. Well, if that is define then there's also you could for the class, but you might want to adapt further class like you're switching between those two. This is like you can afford the topic, but then there's also annoying having to put classes. And with the more data, like let's say when you are logged into you can see your name in the program. You can see your name column or search. This name is a picture. So many things. Having always been from the root down to whatever component is working right now.
This one
It also means let's say with your border class
is going to look for the provider.
in order for that to work correctly,
This one, this one is looking for the
all
value.
the login you can prove
So what we have, this one,
correctly.
this one is
The next one
going to look for the provider.
okay.
That is the
But yeah, the whole idea is you want to avoid well, definitely also ways to then when you read actually, the provider probably only needs to update the component that provides the data and the component that specifically you don't need to update everything in between. But definitely. But yeah, very good.
I'm rusty with this something. But I was looking at the tree. First step the value on the last ten on the side of the tree. Correct. That's what we provide. But then actually also this is index. So we look for functions that have some options to actually get you see the top of the line.
So the final is to avoid some but it doesn't. No. If you use that you can just ignore it. It's okay not to ignore.
actually, yeah, hello. We don't have any. But now you have
That was a very good question. Actually,
but
yeah, but that's
Everybody, lunch is arrived, and so please make yourself. There's sandwiches over there. There's a new one. It's not imminent bacon. It's a nice sandwich. Also, you might have seen there's some new faces here today. So we have Louisa at the back there. She's from Lynn Foundation. Maybe Helena actually said a bit in the start that she's a guest from Lynn Foundation. So if you're curious, they're one of our key partners for having here. So if you're curious about what Lynn Foundation do, they're saying that with Louisa. And we also have Ricardo. It's your first time with Team. Yeah. And you're also now working at Bestseller.
Yeah, I've been at Bestseller almost 3 years now. And
3 years. Yeah.
since started over there, now it's you.
Yeah.
Yes, the Rocco.
Yeah.
Guy, I think I can hit you off with at some point they offer round certification in the future.
Yeah. Yeah. I will do that. Yeah.
I would highly recommend it. Take that. It's really simple just to take that. It's extremely valuable. A lot of companies in Denmark are using Rocco or CMS. You don't, the certification is not going to make you an expert, but you have to do the one. Front end, but now I actually do almost a full front end. Not on the back end. After I completed that feature, I went and did an internship for a company speaking, like a remote internship, sport field. Then I went to that one, another remote internship, startup in Copenhagen, and my brother came out for me,
You guys are buddies there, kind of
sort of like I keep saying like he came in to clean up the mess that I did. You can still see some of the work that was done.
Great to have you here, both of finally the friendly faces is curious about what's happening in the outside world. And yeah, then we'll get back to it at like 2:30. Right? Okay. Cool. Yeah. All of us speak there.
I don't remember. You mentioned it, but I can't remember. It's a legend.
Yeah, I think it's actually something about it. They don't take on the electric with the hydrogen. For example, no, that is which one? No, the other.
The hydrogen one, they sell from Africa or something.
Yeah, isn't it? They're going big on like electric.
Yeah, the station before in Oslo. They have like 7 stations in Norway.
I have no idea.
I mean,
Are they
yes,
rolling
but on the
in
ground,
Danish?
but in the future, but we're gonna be driving from
Little mini nuclear reactor.
Does anybody know?
No idea. Or getting egg vibes, but I don't think it is. Yeah, that could be. That's a good go. It's gonna. I looked at like really sober. But then I heard you saying a lot of stuff.
These are different.
Okay, this one I would have.
But they are vegetarian.
Oh, this is tomato. Yeah, egg, tomato, avocado. Roast beef, we got some chicken, and we got some mozzarella. It's like row, your boat. Then you're down the street. Let's see how it works. We can do it. Did you also have
I know, I don't remember.
Sure. How is this actually going? That's pretty great. Yeah. Enjoying it? Yeah. Keep you busy, right? Easy going times or? No, I think it's yeah, Friday's working. Unless you're trying to be busy on Saturday. Yeah, well, like, are you on Teams? Okay. I think that will be good. I don't know. I mean, what are you? Yeah. So they get to switch it out, and they don't want to. Okay, so they kind of have to like. My girlfriend works stuff wrong. I don't know if you ever heard of it. I don't know why you have they're doing e-commerce, they're building like e-commerce. It's a law. Website. And now all the brands on a single platform to kind of different avenues. Does that make sense? Yeah. So it's funded by the center. It's all like this. They have different brands. You mean as kind of see themselves with so what I usually do is the same person saying takes the bill, so it's like I would be good. Yeah, it's kind of the same. How do you find the red team? Find it's all right, or like more as well? But it's like it's like the team of six. Why is it now? All the different data and then updating it. The bottle. long, but then it becomes this force feedback. But it makes sense. Well, it makes sense why you're switching a lot here and there everywhere. And is that actually all the branches are running a very similar system? That's just different URLs, different styling. They have their designers. The front of bundling it all up, right? The fun times when it comes to them. But then also nice if you don't want to. Yeah, you have a lot of people. So it's coming to this thing, you know? Saturday night, just like all the developers come in Monday morning and this is what happened. Like it's working, just don't touch it. Don't touch it. Yeah, it's fun. So Wild West. surprisingly large. I see like you can actually go here for so many like variable everything is delivered connected. Like I think it's something that part.
So sometimes the search is better.
My family didn't even
It's fell down. It's like an ice cream.
Does you have to select
Yeah, but this is I don't know if that helps.
Oh, that's really Or one step. Oh, the same. If you want seven.
I was only notified. And I don't know, the curriculum is like two overlays that are very outdated. Just this one exercise. Like this slide is everything. But yeah, so last couple of weeks. I'm not a big fan of what have you tried? I'm very impressed with what always go back. Like you don't reach concerned about whether people can see that's the great example of all what you think. You don't have to give it a room, you can just pick out what but why did you enjoy it? Why did you enjoy it? It's probably also I really love it. Run the it's so easy. You has another way. But how do you limit?
Well, I thought of that.
I would be so but I'm not saying never then the user based tells you if you want to make your application mix these frameworks return you will get the same right up front and oh my god I'm not sure what you like. You want to show less nails, but also don't want to undertake. Why don't you?
and you put where you use it, and then you remove it. You can use search again. I would usually search for it. Now you can select which one you want to delete. Then you go into the file and you put them. Actually, not really. You have to pull them. We made our own.
It's like that. If you are not counting.
Yeah, it is just a number. That is good. That's always.
That's the best thing. Or if you have a friend who works in that line, he or she can open up.
The word was I expected. The word of my have the local one. You know, a lot of are very fragile. The word of the really I not like that. But it says pulling data from the education, which the customer uses to educate. Well, behind that, we have the same expectations. Like education will always be the same version. We have the same SLAs on anything. But we just release education. There always has to be a don't have a where do I find this? Generally, they get the issues of but not now it only works when you read it. The AI gets so there was an issue. One of the neighbors but now that people like work for so that AI and something else you can work on it. See the way we how do you make this you have a video development. Goes through the trials first I think that's but now we have a whole generation. All right, I think we are ready to get started again. Now we did have a bit of a longer break than I intended. So, as the slide says, it would be nice if anyone wants to show the work. But I think I do want to ask out, so what does context do for us? Which problem do they solve? Can anyone answer that question? Yes, so these contexts, what problem do they solve? What do they make easier? What should we use? Yes. So yeah, the main takeaway from this is when we have some data we need in many places, we could do something called crop pruning, I think they call it, where you just shove the properties all the way down the tree. That's very tedious, prone to error, refactoring like that. What context then allows us to do is somehow beam that data down the tree. As you can see in the picture. I think it's kind of funny, the yellow line and all that. And so in terms of use cases, many of you have probably spent a lot of time with the whole section anything with a crazy scenario, but it really shows how powerful it is. But in general, the cases you probably see is more about global state, something that's a piece of data that's common for everything in the application. That might be which theme people are using, light or dark mode, or which language they're selected, and if it's user-based system, if they log into the system, you might have a context for which user is logged in, like their name, a profile picture, all that fun stuff. I think, are there any questions or concerns before we move on? Doesn't seem like it. Yes. I just need to consider whether we actually have time for this, because this is my next slide, and we just had lunch, so we're a bit behind. So I think we'll just quickly talk about users, and I'll show you an example. I should have downloaded that during the break, but we'll download that together. It's going to be exciting. But reducers is basically another way of managing state, where with state we think of a variable. You know, we have the, let's say, the count of a counter, and you can set the count. Whereas with reducers, we can more think of you have some structured data where you can do some actions to it. Let's say the structured data is a to-do list. You know what? I'm just going to find the example of these than me hallucinating a data model. All right. I'm probably going to download this very soon, but let's just take a look in here. So here we have a very simple to-do app, one very similar to probably what you've already been doing, where we have the state variable as we know it, use state, and we manage this array. But let's say that we have a larger application where you can do stuff in multiple places. You might have different components that work with these to-dos. And then you might have a lot of duplicate code, as we can see with these add to do, set done, delete to do. These all do actions on our state. So if you need to do that in multiple places, you would need, of course, to have the state, and that's where provider context we talked about before might come in. You could pass the state through a context, and when you have all this data all over the place, you would probably not want to rewrite this code in every single component. So when you need to add it to do, who owns that code? Should that be the component, or should that be the state itself? And that's kind of the idea that React has went with here, where they use something called reducers. Let's just have a quick look. So what it basically means is that, let's just take a look at how we define it. So instead of using state, we use a reducer. Can you see the code? Which takes a function and the initial state. So the function is what's new here. And this also goes back to the very functional approach of React with the whole purity and so on. Because as you can see down here, instead of writing a set state, we just dispatch an action. So in this case, we add a new to-do by its title. Down here, we set done on an IDE. And down here, we do the delete action. You can kind of see that each of these dispatches are a user action. So now, instead of the component having to keep account of how to modify the data, we can move it somewhere else. And let's take a look where that somewhere else is, if I can find it. So the function we passed to use reducer is this thing. And it basically takes the current state, which is to-dos in this function, and then it takes that action object that we used to dispatch. And what we can then see is that we have a switch that just sees what type of action are we doing, and then we basically have the code from before, but now it's moved into a separate file, and we can use it easily in other components. And let's yes. So React has a reply to that, and they're very concise in that's just how you feel. So I was very disappointed to see their own take on it. But I think the main takeaway is reducers are for more complex data, where you want it all to be in the same place. There's also use state can kind of be seen as a helper method on top of use reducer. You can implement use state with a reducer. I think someone I read online said that use state is actually implemented as a reducer. Use state is probably more convenient in many cases. But if you have a big complex data structure, and I think that documentation also will highlight that this should be more of an incremental process. Like now you are at a big data structure and you're starting to see bugs in how the code updates. Because the great thing about pure functions, as you can see here, this function has no side effects. It doesn't call anything. It doesn't modify anything. It returns new objects. That makes it very easy to test. I'm not sure. Have you done unit testing? Not at all. So a common thing to do in software development is something called automated regression testing, where you basically write code that runs your code and asserts that everything is in order. So some good unit tests here could be when we run the add action on an empty state, what happens? Then we can see, oh, now there's one element in it and it has the right title. ID was set correctly, done was set to false. So it's a way to ensure that when you refactor or make some changes, you can quickly run some automatic tests and see if your new code still complies with what you expect. And that's what Reducer is also very good for. Of course, React will recommend that you test in a more real manner, test components instead of testing individual bits and pieces. But you could imagine this function being a lot bigger. Let's say, for the sake of argument, you put the entire Facebook into a state, then you might want to be a little more strict about how you do things. Sorry. I'm not sure if it's a customer.
Same thing in React, or we have to add some package.
Yes. So the technique itself, reducing, is actually built into JavaScript. You might have seen it. Let's just find it for. So like we have filter and map and all that fun stuff, there's also an action called reduce. And you might see that it takes some state and then it takes the current element in the array and then we do something to reduce it. I think this example is a sum, right? So this is at its core what it is, but when we put it into React, React does have like it has use state. It also has use reducer, but it's not a separate package. It is part of React. And I had to decide whether we're going to do the exercises. I'm not sure yet. One of the exercises, have you implement your own use reducer? But I'm not sure we have time for that. But we could do that exercise real quick. Just get back to the slides. So just to quickly, yes. That's mainly convention. You mean the name, right? So when with use reducer, it returns the state itself and a method where you can dispatch actions. And these are then the actions that are being fed into. See if I can find back. I cannot. So when you dispatch something, what React is basically doing is giving this function you provided the current state of the variable, like we've seen before when we used the set something and then the lambda function in like n to n plus 1, stuff like that. And so this lambda function is just provided as a standalone function instead. where we then the value provided to dispatch is an action. And what also makes this very nice to work with is you can very quickly debug where data went wrong. So let's say with the use state approach, we're just modifying some state. There's not really any structure to those actions. When we use a reducer, we have these named states, like you can add a to do, you can delete a to do, you can set done on a to do. You can quickly debug and log this and see exactly what user actions led to the state we're in now. Whereas with the more general use state approach, you just have, oh, someone updated the state, and that's all you really have to work with. That's also an argument for using it. But at the end of the day, it's a very there's no right way to do it. The main recommendation is if you find yourself with a big state and you find bugs and you have to fix a lot of bugs, you might benefit from dragging it out into a reducer. And that's also a very important argument. Anything you can do with reducer, you can also do with state. They are completely interchangeable. So it's not like one or the other. It's you need to choose the right tool for the job. But it's definitely overkill many of the times. So yeah, I don't think you'll spend too much time looking into it. Let's just quickly look at an example of how to use providers. So we can combine these things. I think I have done it a bit differently than React might want me to do. But at the end of the day, I have in a context, I use a context to store my state. In this case, I still use a reducer. And then we have this provider object where you can provide some initial to-dos. And you get a context now where you can get the to-dos out. And what you've been doing is use context, I assume, if you got your applications working. In this code, we are doing something kind of similar. I think I might have put it into another file. This is something we're going to be talking about later, something called custom hooks. But basically, we're just using the context, and then from the context, we get the state on the dispatch. And this allows us to fully wrap up on the whole context shenanigans. That means we can wrap our entire application inside this to-dos provider. And then we can have add the add to-dos component, which is a form where you can add new to-dos, and we can have the to-dos which just list them, but we don't critically need to pass all the to-dos. This is a bit of a contrived example. I would probably not recommend doing this since, well, if your whole app is only about to-dos, then it might make sense to have to-dos globally. But in most cases, you probably just want to pass them as props. And then we can quickly have a little sneak peek at how this works. Let's take the add to-do. So this is a very simple one. It has its state for the title. It's the text field we're writing in. And then we use this custom hook we'll get into later, and we just take the add to do function. That's it. So now, without passing any properties, we can very easily add new to-dos through our context. And this is basically just use context. I think that might be the next thing we're going to talk about. So I think we wrapped it all up now. I'm just going to look at the slide real quick. You know what, let us just take a quick look down here. So I want to look at this challenge. So in this exercise, we're supposed to make our own reducer. So basically our own use reducer. And you can see it's made with state. So what we need to do is that when this use reducer is called, well, when the dispatch is called, we need to do something. So we need a dispatch function. Let's quickly type that out, which takes an action. So now we return the state and the dispatch. And inside dispatch, we need to use the reducer. So if you recall, the reducer function takes the current. Yes. Sorry. Yeah, as you may recall, inside, well, the reducer function takes the current state and the action. So what we basically need to do is set state, and then we can call the reducer with the current state. No, let's do it like this. So as you remember, with an updater function, we s will now be the current state. Then we call the reducer with the current state and the action. And now we should see that it doesn't work. What? Oh, it's outdated again. Why is it doing this for me? There you go. So the app is working as intended. So this is basically all there is to a reducer. As I mentioned before, you can build reducer with state. The other way around, you can build state with reducer, but yeah, you can also clearly build reducer with state. So yeah, they are fully interchangeable. But yes, there's not much magic to it. It's basically just this code that React does for you. Yes, I think that's all we have time for with reducers. I think you might, when you get into the job market and you're working with React, you might run into something called Redux. You might even have heard of Redux, which is some state management library for React that is very commonly used, at least in the past. I think it's becoming a bit unpopular at the moment since providers and reducers kind of does the same thing. But yeah, if you ever encounter Redux, as the name kind of implies, Redux, reducer, it's very close. This reducer pattern is basically taken straight from Redux. So keep that in mind. So you're definitely going to need it if you get on a project that uses something like Redux. I also think there's another very weirdly named library called Sustand. So URN? I'm not sure. I have a very weird page. I think this is what many are recommending using nowadays instead of Redux, but it's also very reducer-like. So you might not need it now, but I hope that when or if you need it in the future, you have something to think back on. I don't think we're gonna spend a terrible lot more time on it. So let us move on to lunch. No. And so we saw how we can quickly combine providers and reducers. The critical observation is that with these providers, our state is suddenly in many places. And to avoid having bugs, you don't want to copy the logic done to the state. So by using reducers, we can bake in the logic into the state. You can also do that with custom hooks, which might be what's next. It's not. So let's save that for the next slide. Cool. Are there any questions for reducers? It is a bit to take in. I had expected to spend more time on it, but I don't think you will see it too much anyway yet. But now you know you can always use the React page. They have a great resource about reducers as well. But yes, now we will talk about render props. And it is a bit of a weird thing. It's mainly something that that was put in the lesson plan, so I felt inclined to include it. It's not something you see that much anymore. A quick example is when you use the context, you wrapped your whole component inside a provider. You might have noticed if you have autocomplete that it also said we want a consumer instead, which is a way of basically typing use context, but as a component instead, where you then get the state as you pass your children objects or components as a function that takes the state as an input. Let's just quickly see how that might look. So let's make a simple component. let's say we want a component that renders a number in some way. Let's make a counter. It's always a great example, and we can just steal the code just below. So what we want to accomplish now is inside the counter, we want to give the user of the component a way to decide themselves how the number should be rendered. So let's quickly. So you have probably seen children. So whether you realize it or not, when you use the children component, you are passing a component through a property. And that's not something that's unique for the children name. You can make your own properties. Let's make one that's called render. And we can call that function with values. Just gonna see if this works. So the way you would use this is then you say you want a render, and then you have to return a function. So it takes a number, and then let's say it makes is it strong? Just takes a number and makes it bold. So what you're seeing here is that we basically put JSX into JSX. It is something that will be relevant next week when we talk about routing. But then critically, that won't be with a little n. And that might be, I'm actually not sure. So let's see if we can run this. Oh yeah, I forgot I introduced a ton of errors. What? Oh, I see. There you go. So we can see the number is bold. Of course, you might want to add some buttons. You know what? Let's just do that real quick. So as with all other components, you can of course do whatever you want to. I should really have prepared this example. And you probably know this all too well already with n plus 1. Cool. So now we can, as you expect, modify the value. So what's cool about this is that this allows you to not only through, we can put children in as we've done before. You saw the section example where we put sections into sections. In this case, we can suddenly start defining how specific parts of the component might be rendering. So in this case, we could also change the formatting to a heading. Now we can see the number gets a lot bigger. And of course, only your fantasy is gonna set limits for what you can do with this. The React example from the learning resource also uses a tabbed component where you have tabs for different things. And then the rendering function that actually renders the content is a property like what we're seeing in here that gets passed which tab is open. So you provide the logic that picks the relevant component. But yeah, it's not something you see that often anymore. But we will do a very quick exercise, which I have written all myself. Yes. So render is of course just a property. Let's rename it to number renderer. See if that worked. That did not work. Number renderer. Yes. I'm just trying to get ESLint to fix my file right now. Never mind. There you go. Now it's a bit easier to see. So what number of renderer is in this context is it could as well be a string or something like that. But in this case, we are passing a function. So like with set count, we can pass a function that takes an input. We can also put whatever JavaScript we want in here. And in this case down here, we're putting a function that returns HTML. So we're basically making an inline component, you might almost say. Because as you know, a component is just a function that returns some HTML. So what then happens here is we pass the function in. So this is now a function. When we come to the step where we want to render it, we simply call the function with the input. And as we know from down below, so the number count is going to be put into in, and it's going to return count wrapped in h1. Does that make sense? It is a bit weird, that's for sure. It's also like just looking at it, it's not pleasant on the eye. I will fairly admit that. You can also return a function as children, but I'm not even gonna show that to you. It's not good. So yes, you can put any JavaScript into properties. There's no limits on that. It is just an object you pass. So props can be anything. Of course, there are limits to what you should pass. Generally, you shouldn't pass components. Well, it's generally fine. I'm saying generally a lot right now. There's always some drawbacks. But let's look at a more concrete example. So what we want to accomplish is we have a general case where we have an array of some data and we want to render that array. It could be to-dos, and we sure love to-dos. So what we basically want to be able to do is have this list component where you give it a list, and then you pass item, which is a render prop. And as you can see, we simply just take each to-do in the list and spit out the title. So what I want you to do is make this component. So yeah, it should render each item with the provided function. And the first line is very important for simplicity. You may assume that the elements in the list all have an ID. Can anyone guess why that's a good assumption? That makes it easy, of course. So what do you need when you're rendering multiple components? Exactly. So we need some way to have a key, otherwise React is going to be angry. I will let you think about how we could generalize that, but for this exercise, let's just assume there's an ID element. And then there's an optional task you can see if you have time for, where we, as an example, we could have a list with all the done to-dos. So we want to do the same thing as up here, but then also pass a filter, where it's simply a function that tests whether the current element should be shown. So in this case, we only show elements where the done property is set to true. But yeah, let's see if you get to that. So have at it, probably talk with people around you, maybe join in small groups and see if you can make it work. I'll also put up the code. I can show both things at once. So does everyone understand the small exercise? We're just gonna spend like 10 minutes.
I'm not sure. I do have the component. We spend item.
We should only have a list. Yes.
Okay. The content. Just write content about
Yeah, context. Oh, so there's nothing about context there. We're just making a simple component. So you basically need, so you can see the counter example that we made together where we pass a renderer component or renderer property, and then we use that to render something. Basically, you could basically take that template and rename it to list, and then it should take critically the list, of course, and an item, maybe call it item renderer for clarity. And then you basically just need to do the same. But of course, since we need to render a list, you might need to do some map with a key and call the renderer for each key or for each item in the list. I hope that explains it. All right. How's it going? I don't feel like I have a working list. Let's just try to do it together. That'd be nice. Yes. Yes, I think you are mixing up the ID and index. It's like we shouldn't use the index. So if it's array item number 0 or 1, something like that, that we shouldn't use. But critically, and I should probably have given you some example data now that I think about it. Let's just quickly dive into. Gotta be here somewhere, right? There we go. So the idea is to have some data like this, where we have set the ID inside. So it's not the index it's in. This would be 0, of course. And you're completely right, because if we use the index instead of the, in this case, ID, then yeah, if we move things around, then an item, let's say ID1 and ID2, if we didn't have that key thing, or if we use the array index and we switch them around, then React would think they are the same element, and its rendering will screw up in magical ways. So yes, you are completely right about index, but in this case with ID, and I should definitely have given you this data first. So yeah, the idea is just to use this ID, and then if we swapped these two around, then the ID would also be swapped around and it would work. On the other hand. Cool. Let's snatch this data and write a list component. Does anyone feel brave enough to write a list component up here, or should I just do it? I'm just gonna do it. And then you can see the difference in quality between my exercises and React's exercises. They are a bit more digestible. I couldn't hear that. Yes. So what we need for the list is, of course, list and the item renderer, as we saw on the slide. And what we then need to do is we basically need to take the list and do something to each element. Let's, for our own sanity, wrap it all inside a UL. And then for each item in the list, we wrap that inside a V, and of course remember to set a key. And what we could do if we were very lazy is, of course, add another parameter here, which would be the index of the array. But to make it easier, we're just going to assume all data we pass to it has an ID like that. And then inside of here, we call the item function with the element itself. And we'll close our brackets too. So this is basically what you need to accomplish this. But now let's see if it actually works. It's always exciting. Let's go down here, type our list, and let's feed it the initial to-dos. And then for item, render p tag with just the title. And then we pray. As we can see, the list worked beautifully. So just to show that we can do whatever we want, let's strike all the to-dos. And then we can see the renderer function does its job. So in a bigger scale, the way you could look at this might be a big data table. So if you've used many applications have something like where you have a table with rows data, of course, and then in the top you can filter, you can sort, all that fun stuff, instead of having to make a custom component each time for what's basically the same behavior, you know, having columns, having sorting functions, all that. It might make sense to put it all into a component like this, where in the table case, you might, instead of having an item renderer, you might have a cell renderer. So for each cell in your table, you render something. But this is probably the simplest example that gets the point across. Does anyone have any questions? Yes. It's also something you would more see when you're working on libraries. Let's say you are providing components. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that, but it's very popular to use component libraries. Okay, I'm just gonna use something from another. This is not React, but you can see I've been in on the data table because we're actually using it at work. Let's just scroll down to one of the more interesting examples. So you can see if we were to code this whole table ourselves for every single instance when we're using a table, that would be quite tedious. So instead, we would want to use a library, perhaps write our own component where we can just tell it, oh, these are the columns, and you should render things in this way. This is another framework, so it's a bit differently looking, but you can basically see it's a component that takes. I might actually be able to find it instead. Let's see if I can actually manage to spot a template. So this language has a bit of another way to do it. They use this syntax instead of properties, but the idea is the same. We have a table and we give it a render function for the header. We give it a render function for the footer. And you can see in here, it also has a render function for how the columns are being rendered. So it's a way to make reusable components. But it's probably not something you'll be writing yourself, but you might very well find yourself using a component where you have to do something like this, where you get an element and then you can do something. And what's also interesting here is you can, of course, let's say you have a to-do item that takes a to-do, then you can just do this as an example. And something like this is something we will see very often starting next week. But I think, yeah, that's, you won't be coding it too much, but you'll probably be using it in due time. But yeah, it is confusing and not the prettiest syntax, I will admit. Did that make sense? Oh, well, I guess you just said it was confusing. Is it more or less confusing now? That's a very good question, whether there are more resources. The new React website mentions it once in a little tiny place. Let's see if we can find it. Because they used to, as you can see, this is on the page for something called clone element, which is something you shouldn't do. But if you go down into the alternatives, you can see examples on how to use it. Well, how to avoid using it with props instead. You can see context is also mentioned. Yeah, so you can see this is basically what we just made. There's a very, very tiny section. It is a bit in the past. It's not something you really do that much anymore. So, but maybe you'll see it. Now you know it exists. So if you ever see something, what looks like a lambda function returning HTML in a property, then you know not to be scared, or maybe scared. That's up to you. Cool. Now I keep saying that you will see this very soon. More specifically, what we will be doing next week is routing. So as you may see on this page, every time we switch between pages, and there's a little teaser, the website does not refresh. Only this content in here refreshes, but the path of here is changing. And that's routing. And routing is very much like this pattern where you're, in this case, we have the whole layout, which is probably, let's say the layout is a component. Then we have the menu, navigation, another component. But then inside here, we have some content that changes. And that could be done with a render prop that says, oh, if the URL is this, then this component, and so on. But they do it a bit differently. And but yeah, we will learn more about that next week. But yes, there are more modern ways to do it. So we will see a bit prettier version next week. It basically boils down to you can instead of doing this, you will often also see people just putting HTML directly into properties. Of course, then we can't call it as a function anymore. But this should still do. Maybe I broke something. I updated the wrong thing, didn't I? Is it? There we go. He said, and it still didn't work. Well, not going to dive too deeply into that, but you will often see this, especially when we get to next week, where it's not something that depends on an input, it's just something that you want to put into it. You can imagine a common design element you see on websites is a card, where you have, let's say, a title, an author, a timestamp in the footer, and all that. Then you can make a card component which does all the layouting, and then you can put in, like we put in render here, we could have something called card. Then you can put the header in, and you can put an author field in. Let's say that's just an image or something like that, and so on. That you'll probably see a lot. But yeah, the whole passing a parameter, having a lambda function and all that, not so much. Cool. I think I've talked way more than I wanted to about this now. Any other questions? Cool. I am not sure we have time for this. 18 minutes. Yes.
What about because most of them see that posting out you have to
Yes. So, just to preface, I've never worked with React before. At work, we work with Angular actually. Angular is very different, um, and that's just I think the best way to put it is all the other frameworks like React, Vue, and Svelte they are in the future, whereas Angular is in the past. So in many of the newer frameworks, you make functions. In React, it's easy to make a component. In Angular, you are making classes instead. So, like when you work with a date in JavaScript, you type new date and all that. In Angular, each component is basically something like date. You can type new list component and stuff like that. It's very stateful. As you may have you had anything about classes in this in Hack Your Future sessions? I'm not sure. The main thing with Angular is that a component is basically some state, well, like a component class, some state, and some methods that work on that state. And the reason why many have moved away from that, React in particular, React used to be classes as well, is that you can't really control the state anymore. That's why we have the set functions and state and so on right now. Angular works very, very differently, where as we talked about in the beginning of today, React has a very simple rendering loop. It's just like, oh, something changed. You call set. I'm going to update everything that uses this state. Whereas in Angular, it has all kinds of, you call them lifecycle hooks. It's going to be very complicated, very fast. But at its core, it allows you to do, it gives you a ton of freedom, but at a price. React is very opinionated, as we saw with the pureness of functions. If you write something that mutates, Angular or React, sorry, is gonna break. You can't do stuff like that in Angular. Angular lets you do whatever you want. It also has a different approach on how you structure your application. It's very enterprise, I want to say. If you have ever developed backend, you might know of dependency injection, basically of a way to let's say I want to talk to a service, then I just say, give me a way of talking to that service. You don't say, give me that specific way, just a way. That's basically what dependency injection does. And Angular has that in the front end too. But yeah, I can talk and complain about Angular all day. I hope that answered your question. It is funny to see the differences. You can see all frameworks kind of took a turn in newer time towards what React basically is. But yeah, Angular is a different experience, and I don't think you can expect them to change fundamentally anyway. They did just recently update their infrastructure. So like you've been using Vite, or what it's called, how you pronounce it. React, not React, Angular uses that now as well in the latest version. So it's living in the past. But yeah, I could imagine with the knowledge you have from the React module, components, you probably haven't seen directives, as that's not a thing in React. But the general idea of how to structure, how to use it is very similar. So once you've learned one thing, you can quickly translate between the things. What you quickly realize is that what you've been learning in React is basically functional programming compared to imperative programming, which is what you kind of did in the beginning of the JavaScript module. So what you'll be seeing there is these older frameworks, such as Angular, uses very much boilerplate, and you have to go through each step very, very precisely. And that's something you can learn. But I know from work that even the most experienced developer is gonna mess up the Angular front end. So don't be too hard on yourself if you mess up in Angular. It's much harder in all the other frameworks. So yes, don't be too scared of it. It's just getting used to it. Cool. I'm almost tempted to just use the last 13 minutes for if you have any questions, anything you want to talk about, then we are going to save hooks, custom hooks for next week. So yes. Use effect?
Yeah, dependency is the last part of the effect.
Yes. We just so we can quickly think about use effect. So use effect without dependencies is something that runs every time the component has rendered. You can then, because let's say, let's take a very simple example. If you have something that's counting up each second, then you want that to be started once. You don't want that to start every time the component is rendered. So what you can do is add dependencies, and let's do what any good developer should do and find the documentation. I hope Google can correct my spelling. Yes. So this did not help me at all. That's very verbose. The idea is that with the effect, you might only want to restart the effect if something changes. Let's say you have a chat component where you can type messages to your friends. Then when that component pops up, you would want to connect to the server as an example, so you can start getting messages. But you only want that to happen once, or if you change who you're chatting with, you will want it to update. So that effect should probably be dependent on the person you're talking to. And then let's see if they have an example. Yes. So they actually have the chat room example. So the idea here is that once this chat room component is shown, then we want to make a connection with the create connection function and set that up. And then once we're done, we want it to clean up with returning a cleanup function. And we can see down in the bottom, they have made dependencies on the server URL and the room ID. And your linter should also tell you, you might see red lines under your use effect if you don't have your dependencies listed. But what then happens is React will leave this alone. It won't clean it up unless something happens to your dependencies. So in this case, if the server URL from the state, or if the room ID from the properties is changed, then it's gonna clean up the effect and start it from the beginning again. Does that make sense? But it's probably also important to really really precise about use effect. Use effect is not something you should need very often. Since, as it also says in the top of the file, I believe, use effect is a React hook that lets you synchronize components with an external system. It was not as angry about it as I hoped. The only time you need to use effect is if you need to go beyond React in some way. So when you're in React, you have your components, you have your rendering, and you can change your states, and you can press buttons and trigger events as you've been doing so far. So that should be your usual workflow. Use effect is something you would often delegate to libraries. I can also recommend something we might talk about next week, something like use hooks, which is a big library. So as of right now, you might have used effects for fetching data as an example. I'm fairly certain they have some kind of fetch in here. So often you would either wrap it yourself or you would use a library, and then you can see when you're fetching data, in this case, you just need to type use fetch, and then you get the error and data state, and it just works. So the effect is hidden away from you. So it's not something you would encounter very often. But we could try and think about how this effect would work. So since we are interacting with an external system, we need an effect, of course. So inside this hook, an effect is occurring. And can anyone guess what the dependency might be here? So if we wrote this ourselves with an effect, what do we need to listen for? What could change that would need us to fetch some new data? Yes, so when count changes, yes, we should refetch. So that's basically, if we go back to the documentation, if I can find it. I really wish I could hide this. There you go. Gonna find it someday.
Is it something that should happen only once when you start something or we are done with something?
That depends on on the use case. So back to this example, we kind of have similar thing to fetching something, is that we're connecting. So in the other case, I wonder if I actually have an example for fetching data. There we go. So you've probably done something similar to that. Okay, this is kind of crazy. Oh, I just wanted a simple example. Well, you can ignore the ignore aspects. So in this case, the only reason for fetching again would be if person has changed. So when you have a dependency listed, as we talked about before, React will see, oh, something changed, and only if something changed, then clean up and start over again. You can also provide an empty dependency array. That means you don't depend on anything, so it only be when the component starts and when it's ultimately goes out of the tree. And you can also have no array altogether, but then you're running every time the component updates, and that's probably not what you want either. I think I went in circles a few times. Did that help?
More about that.
State or use context or reducer or dispatch if we don't use them because we have to learn Redux or Redux toolkit.
Oh, I can't really speak for those frameworks. I almost hope they have their own mechanisms for fetching data. Yes.
So today you can learn about context. So many things that we previously saw with Redux, you can easily solve. So forget about it. If your work is using it, then obviously you have to learn it. But for your own project, you probably not.
You're gonna get slapped with the very angry maintainer on Reddit copy pasting. You still need Redux.
Yes.
Mm.
I'm here for that.
Yes, I wholeheartedly agree. But yeah, often with these effects, you're gonna use some state of some kind. If that's a reducer or context, well, a combination of the two. In the case of contexts, you're gonna have something that's gonna be rendered in some way, and the only time you need an effect is if the action that occurs is not as a direct result of clicking something, as an example. If it's something outside React, in this case, a network call, and then you of course need to
use effect as on chain event.
Yeah, if you don't provide any dependencies, yes. Well, an unrender effect. You could see it as an unrender event if you don't provide anything, and if you provide something, you can see it as an this thing changed event, if that makes it easier to understand. But it's a good point. It's all events in the end. Cool. Other questions? I have a question. What's your stance on the Bustand? Or what's it called? Do we need that?
I don't know what that
But you haven't seen the cool website. Can anyone remember what I typed earlier? I typed it Susan. Good. I just opened the website yesterday and I was like, oh, this is too much. Like, what is going on? It's Redux, but small. It's very similar to Vue, but that's beyond the scope of today.
I feel like Redux and also probably this library appeal to teams and developers who like to put a lot of effort or like to put a lot of thought into the client side logic. So why would you even use a reducer? Because you have some way that your state is updated, that it's not just make a new state, right? But it's like, okay, count the old one. I don't know, merge these two states and make a new one. And I'm not sure if that's actually a good way to make your React application. So I haven't used it, but I haven't used Redux in a long time. So I guess what I can say is that you can pick and choose. If you don't like a specific technology, don't use it.
It is an interesting thing I've been noticing. Now, I haven't worked that much with React, but you can very much see that, and please correct me, it feels like many of these front-end apps are relying more and more on web calls to the backend or the full stack, so it's the same application. And that very different from my work anyway. We have a crazy state in our Angular application. But cool. Any other questions? I think we will conclude for today. I'll be here for a few minutes. Yes. Yes.
If I don't speak.
I was still bothering.
I think I do. Yeah, you decide to feel you decide to feel really yes. Yes, I think so. Yes, okay. You can do that. Yeah. Ah, the really wait for the thing. Ah, my dear, that was just in the house. Because you're my first customer, you have to start. And that's probably for you to start. But if, yeah, okay, no problem. But I will start uploading picture on the social media. Instagram, Facebook. Um, I offer that you traffic. Come here, you ma. I said, hello. I said, I said,
Single,
I mean, younger.
unless you mean single.
Yeah, it doesn't mean younger. I said, yay.
It makes sense.
I think I did it home. I'm going to the class. Audio call. So it's coming for this part. Let me going. I'm going banana here. Yeah, I'm going to the market. I tell you. Yeah, yeah. I feel like when you get to the hall, I think I should have because everything you show me now, everything fun. I feel like I don't wait. Yeah, I know. No, I don't. I say, why not? You know, the papa cheese. Yes. For me, I can't do.
So what is the issue? Is trying to merge two of them?